available.
I would like to watch it just in case.
Yeah.
Can we, do you guys care if we put it on a different view so that everybody's just the same square instead of the speaker?
Yeah, that's your options up in the
Oh, up here?
Yeah, you can change to gallery view.
There, that's perfect.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so we
You don't wanna
are
be
on
big?
YouTube.
No. Well, and then if somebody leaves themselves off a mute, they flash up there as big
Yes,
and it
that's
drives me
true.
crazy.
Okay, no problem.
This is how I do it at home for all my meetings. I'm
Yeah.
so
Makes
comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Alright,
Learning.
Yeah.
Nancy, did you have a question? Nancy, you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
She's muted.
You're muted though, Nancy. If not, I'm gonna probably lower your hand. Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna disable talking again then.
Can we hear Raj has he done a test?
Ross did.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just
Okay.
talked a second ago.
Yeah, Peter.
We got Peter, he was talking earlier.
Yeah.
He's good.
Right.
Okay, so you got YouTube up?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's.
Katrina,
Yeah,
I think that Eric is working with Pam, but he's saying that the Zoom link in the calendar invite is not working.
Okay,
can he try from the agenda on the website?
no, it wouldn't be on the agenda. Zoom wouldn't be.
Oh, I'm
Zoom is
sorry,
not
you're
on.
right.
That's okay.
Okay.
Correct.
Resend him up.
Yeah, can,
Were you on the phone with Eric by chance?
no, Jubilee.
Okay, Eric is saying that the Zoom link in the calendar invite is not working. I'm gonna tell him that you're working on it.
Let me review. Commissioner Stockwell, there's Jubilee.
Okay, so she got her.
Aaron's up.
We're just waiting for.
I'm unmuted, by the way. Oh, that's the wrong cursor, right? This is gonna be a difficult challenge for me. And the only reason I have this open is to converse
There we
with,
go.
be on it if necessary, but
Staying on.
that might be less likely than having to deal with the mute here.
Looks like Commissioner Stockwell's on too. Good.
Yeah, we're just waiting for, Commissioner Sasaki and some of our agencies. We're up first though.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're up first, so that should
Okay.
be easy.
I need to see if, Philo, were you able to, get the closed captioning?
She's muted right now, so.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, I've got them. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Can we turn down
Yeah, we can turn ours down a little bit.
just a little bit?
Please. During this.
Twyla, is there a second captioner that will be joining us this morning, or
And Twyla, you're muted.
you are?
Yes, she'll be coming in later.
Okay, later. Okay. And how often do you need a break?
How long do you want to go? And what time is like the lunch break?
Typically give 90 minutes breaks, but that's up to them.
Yeah, we typically break about every 90 minutes for about a 5-minute break for captioning. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I think I can get that.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Hey guys, and if you remember that I'm getting every word that you say, so if, especially when you're reading, if you can slow it down a little bit.
Speak slowly and clearly, got it.
Thank you.
A lot of people at that
Yeah.
Okay.
comment.
Okay.
Work through.
Is it streaming across the? Yeah.
We're live on YouTube, yes.
Okay, good.
And our phone is up and running, so
Good.
it's yeah.
You guys are good to go.
Yeah, we've got,
Make sure
I think we've got everybody that's supposed to be here this morning. I just need about,
Do you need a couple minutes?
I just need like a minute or so when you get to your first agency to bump them over.
I can't hear a thing, just so you guys know.
You highlighted, thank you.
We're still, hi, everybody. We're still working on a few things here, so give us a couple more minutes. Apologies. We have us muted so we can tinker here, okay? Thank you.
have one more step to take.
Hi there, everybody. It's Mia again. Just letting you know we're working on our end on one of the network issues we're having. So of course it's Monday morning and things are slow here. So bear with us. We're almost ready to go.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. My name is Julie Lee. I'm the Undersecretary at the Government Operations Agency, and I will be chairing our commission meeting this morning. Welcome and thank you all for attending today's California Building Standards Commission meeting. I'm calling the California Building Standards Commission meeting to order. It is 10:08 on July 13th, 2020. The commission is scheduled to meet today, July 13th, tomorrow, Tuesday, July 14th, and Wednesday, July 15th, to take action on items contained in this agenda. This is approximately half of the 2019 intervening code adoption cycle rulemakings. The commission will also meet August 13th and 14th to take action on the remaining code cycle rulemakings. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Acting Secretary Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan,
Here.
Commissioner Leray,
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Here.
Thank you, Pam, and we do have a quorum for this meeting. Let's all rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive orders N-2920 and N-3320, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. This meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I'd like to remind the viewers that there is a 45-second or so delay. We're also closed captioning this meeting, so I'd like to remind the commissioners to, as we're reading things and the presenters, to please speak slowly so that the captioner can keep up with us. And since this is our first virtual meeting, all of you commissioners look like you've done Zoom before, but please stay on mute until you're ready to speak and then take yourself off of mute. Thank you. The public can provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the telecom number provided on the meeting agenda. The teleconference phone number is provided on the front of the agenda, and instructions are provided on the back page of the agenda. I will now read those instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and then 0. When it's your turn to comment, you will hear, "Please ask your question after the tone." A tone will sound and the caller is now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Wednesday, July 8th, 2020. There are a couple of additional housekeeping items before we start. We will be taking a short break about every 90 minutes, and we will stop for lunch around noon, depending on where we are on the agenda, and we can meet up until 5 p.m. each day. Building Standards Commission staff has received a request to have rulemaking HCD 02/19 item 5 heard Tuesday morning. I'd like to ask the commission if we can accommodate this change in the meeting agenda and hear only item 5 of the rulemaking number HCD 0219 found in tab 11 of your binders after roll call on Tuesday, July 14th. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone good with that?
I'm good with that.
All right,
No
here.
objection.
Okay.
That's fine.
Concerns, we will make that change to the agenda. Moving on to item 2, commission appointments. I'm pleased to share that Commissioners Rajesh Patel and Peter Santillan were reappointed on March 6, 2020 by Governor Gavin Newsom for another 4-year term. New Commissioner Aaron Stockwell was appointed as public member on March 6, 2020. Will Commissioners Patel, Santillan, and Stockwell please join me for your swearing in? If you'd like to unmute, we can all say this together. I'll give you a phrase and then you repeat it back. So please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Pedro Santillan,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
and
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication and willingness to serve without compensation on the California Building Standards Commission. Agenda item 3 is review and approval of the January 23rd, 2020 meeting minutes. Commissioners, do you have any comments regarding the January 23rd minutes? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion on the January 23rd, 2020 meeting minutes.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Mickerton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the January 23rd, 2020 meeting minutes be accepted without amendment. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this.
Aye.
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 Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call roll. Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item 4 is comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the commission. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who are on the phone and wish to speak on item 4 to put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check the phone for commenters on agenda item 4?
You have 1 question remaining.
Luke Rolling with KP Public Affairs on behalf of the International Coke Council. COVID-19 has changed the way we do business and interact with others. Social distancing, remote operations, and working from home are new realities. Governments and organizations are dealing with monitoring entries and means of egress, restricting public access to open spaces, reopening buildings that have been stagnant or semi-occupied, and more. Our new normal today also includes the ability of building departments to conduct remote services such as virtual inspections. Restaurants, hotels, and all public spaces are dealing with changes. Since March of 2020, ICC has been approached with questions relating to what we're hearing or observing about COVID-19's impacts on building and safety model codes. In an effort to better understand what may be coming down the line in code change proposals for the 2024 I-Code, ICC has announced an ad hoc committee to collect data and other information. A call for nominations will likely go out in 2 to 3 months, late summer or early fall, and ICC looks forward to engaging with other stakeholders in the state. Thank you.
This concludes agenda item 4. Thank you for your comments.
1 second, sorry.
You have 1 question remaining.
Okay.
Go ahead. Someone's on the phone. Do you have a comment?
Yes, this is Josh Jacobs with UL. Thank you for the time today, and I hope that everyone is healthy and safe. In previous discussions with the state, a change has been proposed to the California Green Building Standards Code around the material section in terms of embodied carbon and utilizing things such as environmental product declarations within the state to understand the carbon impact of products used in the state of California. The state of California has recognized this concern with the Buy Clean California Act, where they have utilized state funds from taxpayers to purchase products with a maximum global warming potential. We do hope that future iterations of California Green Building Standards Code will recognize the value of understanding embodied carbon in products utilized in both residential and non-residential settings in the state of California. And we hope that environmental product declarations are a tool that can be utilized by the state and the California Green Building Standards Code in future iterations. Thank you for your time.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. This concludes agenda item 4. Thank you for your comments. The commission will take action on agenda items 5 through 12 to approve, disapprove, further study, or approve as amended the proposed code changes to the 2019 edition of the California Building Standards Code. Upon approval and adoption, these building standards will be codified and published January 2021 as a supplement to the 2019 edition of the California Building Standards Code with an effective date of July 1, 2021. The commission action will be guided by the 9-point criteria established in Health and Safety Code section 18930. The commission will consider each agency's proposed building standards and its justifications, Code Advisory Committee recommendations, comments submitted during the public comment periods, and oral and/or written comment received at this meeting. The public may comment on any challenges to the proposals or Code Advisory Committee recommendations submitted during the comment periods. Note, no new issues or new information challenging the proposed code changes may be presented to the commission in the adoption of the proposed regulations. The commission may take action on the entire package, or if necessary, take separate action on individual items listed in the commission action matrix. The first rulemaking is presented by the California Building Standards Commission. Will a Building Standards Commission representative please introduce yourself and present item 5A, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. My name is Kevin Day, and I am a Staff Services Manager with the California Building Standards Commission. With me are Enrique Rodriguez and Gary Fabian, who may assist in presenting BSC's 2019 California Plumbing Code amendments. After our presentation, we will be available to answer questions. BSC's California Plumbing Code proposal was heard by the Green Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 4th and 5th, 2020. The committee recommended approve as submitted on all items. Additionally, BSC received no public comments during the 45-day public comment period. I'll do a brief overview of the 4 items. Item 1, BSC proposes a new code section 420.3.1 and table H2, which reference existing provisions adopted by the California Energy Commission in their Title 20 appliance efficiency regulations, which are based on federal WaterSense standards. This code change was coordinated with the Energy Commission and co-adopted by the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Division of the State Architect. BSC has proposed an identical reference in the appropriate section of CalGreen, which Enrique will present shortly. By aligning the plumbing code with existing standards in Title 20, there is no intended change in regulatory effect. Item 2, BSC proposes to amend Section 422.1, including a new exception, and Table A, which is also amended and renamed Table 4-1 to clarify the method by which occupant load calculations are used to determine plumbing fixture counts in specified non-residential occupancies. The new exception allows the use of Table 4-1 using occupancy classification as a function of space to determine the occupant load factor. This proposal was the focus of a stakeholder workshop held in August 2019. Item 3, based on comments received during a previous code cycle, BSC is proposing amendments that clarify provisions for initial and subsequent cross-connection tests in sections 1502.3, 1502.3.2, 1503.3, and 1506.4, applicable to non-residential gray water and on-site treated non-potable gray water systems. Most of these amendments are co-adopted with HCD and the Department of Water Resources with no intended change in regulatory effect. Item 4, BSC proposes amendments in Chapter 16 for non-potable rainwater catchment systems, including the deletion of an existing California table, 1602.9.6. That's for minimum treatment and water quality for rainwater. Instead, adopting the virtually identical model code table in the Uniform Plumbing Code and carrying forward existing minor amendments. Additionally, BSC proposes amendments to sections 1605.3 and 1605.3.2 that clarify provisions for initial and subsequent cross-connection tests applicable to specified non-residential rainwater systems. This is also co-adopted with HCD with no intended change in regulatory effect. This concludes our overview. BSC respectfully requests your approval of the proposed regulations, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5A is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel, can you unmute?
Yes. Yeah, I think my only comment for this is I want to thank staff for the analysis and public outreach it took to coordinate the building codes and plumbing codes related to the number of plumbing fixtures and fixture fittings. I think it's something that the public has wanted for a long time, and I appreciate the efforts to do that. So I would support that.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
I would support this. No other comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton?
I do not have any comments on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Santian?
No comments.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comments.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comments.
And Commissioner Stockwell?
No comments.
All right. Assuming no follow-up discussion, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 5A, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check the phone for commenters on item 5A?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association and the Building Owners and Managers Association of California. And we're just simply in strong support of the staff proposal. And we thank them for working together and listening to our comments earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to comment here. My name is Charles Asal, and I represent Water Use California. First, I want to thank the staff of the Building Standards Commission and DWR, particularly Kevin Day and Nancy King, for helping us do this. We understand that Wells were included in an early draft, but we're disappointed to see they have been taken out of the final draft. We understand that it is because the State Water Board has not yet finished the Title 17 handbook. I did want to flag that we sponsored AB 1180, which was signed into law in 2019, requiring the update of Title 17 handbook 2, allow swivel Ls and changeover devices when using recycled water. It is imperative that swivel Ls not only be added to the Title 17 handbook, but also be added here into the plumbing code. We will continue to work with you and the State Water Board on this issue. Swivel Ls are needed to increase dual plumbed buildings and to meet our California statutory recycled water goals. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
This is Mia Marvelli with the Building Standards Commission. I just want to chime in. Mr. LaSalle's comment was pertinent to, I believe, the DWR rulemaking, which is item 6 on the agenda. So I want to clarify that with the commissioners and the public. And Mr. LaSalle, if you want to chime in on item 6, that would be more appropriate time on that agenda item.
All right. Anyone else on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, thank you. Building Standards Commission staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No written comments received prior to the meeting.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 5A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion be passed. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay. We will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. Pam, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Thank you. The motion is carried.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Going to move on to the next agenda item 5B. Will a Building Standards Commission representative please introduce yourself and present this item? Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Enrique. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Enrique Rodriguez. I am an Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. Thank you for giving BSC the opportunity to present our Cal Green rulemaking package, which is BSC 04/19. BSC vetted the proposed code changes with stakeholder and interested parties, including various state agencies, and presented the code changes at the Green PME Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee meeting that was held on March 4th and 5th, 2020 to receive input. Then we held a 45-day public comment period that was from April 10th to May 26th to obtain public input. With that said, the California Building Standards Commission proposes to make amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code for inclusion in the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code supplement. Key amendment proposed during this code cycle include increase to clean air vehicle parking percentages, increase to electric vehicle infrastructure percentages to increase percentages for both mandatory and voluntary provisions. Update the light pollution reduction provisions. Proposing new pre-rinse spray valve regulations, as Kevin Day has previously mentioned, for Part 5, which are identical, being duplicated in the Cal Green Code as well. Updates to the volatile organic compound limits, reference standards in the mandatory and voluntary codes. Provisions for carpet systems and resilient flooring systems and acoustical ceilings. Update national reference standards to align with BSC and other state agencies. And lastly, update mandatory and voluntary checklists that we always have to do when we propose any code amendments in the regulatory portion of the code. We have to duplicate them in the these checklists that we've created. This concludes my overview, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 5B is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
I have a question in reference to the designated parking. So we're talking about the number. Just curious, Enrique, if you can tell me if there's anything that identifies the location of the parking spots.
Yeah, so for the clean air vehicle parking, we have in the guide and in Cal Green, we don't have a specific location for it, other than it's typically added where you have the visitor parking spaces. So ideally, you'd want to put them towards the front of the building to incentivize folks to carpool or vanpool, but the code does not specifically specify a preferential location.
And then
this
also,
code amendment just increased the percentage to coincide with our Cal Green electric vehicle infrastructure updates.
Okay. Other than that, I'm good. I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santillan.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Yes, I have a question so the only one item that was challenged was BSC 04-19-5-3 by Josh Jacobs. How did you guys resolve that issue?
Well,
and what was refresh me with what the issue was.
So in our stakeholder meetings, every code cycle, we're always kind of chasing the VOC limits that California high performance schools are constantly updating their standard. And so we're always chasing that update. But after discussions with state agencies and stakeholders, the Department of California Department of Public Health, their standard for VOC limits is the standard that these other listed testing agencies that we currently have in Cal Green, they're using CDPH. So via a workshop by BSC NHCD, it was determined that it would be a good idea to just list CDPH as the standard. And so that was co-adopted by BSC, HCD, and DSA. Some of the proposals that were proposed by UL were for items that the BSC did not propose to make any amendments to. So they were kind of outside the scope. We didn't have the opportunity to fully vet them with the manufacturers, specifically for insulation. But I do believe that it's in the upcoming code cycle, it's something that we could maybe better vet and better prepare for some of those suggestions.
Thank you. No other comments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell?
And no comments either. Thank you.
Any follow-up discussion? No, seeing none. We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 5B, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check the phone for commenters on item 5B?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the Building Owners and Managers Association of California in strong support of BSC's Part 11 proposal. We'd like to thank staffers Enrique and Kevin for all the work they did, as well as the staff from Air Resources Board for working with all of us on it. Other than that, we just strongly support adoption. Thank you.
You have 1 question remaining.
Josh Jacobs, representing UL. Thank you, Commissioner Sasaki, for asking the question in regards to our comments. I do have to disagree with Enrique a little bit on some of the factual information presented. The California Department of Public Health /EHLB/standard method version 1.2, which is being updated in item 5 of CSC, item 15 of CSC, TSA item 4 and THC, item 5 and 7 as well, is not the only thing listed. There are other programs listed there. So our comments essentially lay out the case for why this is actually going to hurt the state of California. I simply listing this because this test program and the subsequent website that is listed for the Department of Public Health does not actually tell architects, designers, builders, code officials how to show compliance to the VOC measures. While the former listing in the California Green Building, Cal Green Code did have some issues with some things that didn't actually show compliance and some duplicative nature listed there, at least it told these folks, the actual builders, owners, occupiers, architects, code officials, what would show compliance. Now you're just talking about laboratories that can do the testing and not telling people how they can actually comply. That is why in our comments, we suggested you can still update the Department of Public Health, DHLB standard method version to the 1.2 version, but also list the most utilized program that shows compliance in these things. The UL Green Guard Gold program has 45,000 products that help show compliance in these areas. Without it, people, code officials, architects, designers, and builders, again, are going to simply be trying to understand test reports and not know whether they comply or not. So that is why our suggestion to include that within those requirements in these sections is vitally important. We do agree with Enrique on that. We did propose some things that were not in their original scope of proposal. We look forward to working with them on this going forward for future versions, as we feel that the protection of the indoor air quality is incredibly important, and Cal Green has always done that. We do ask that our comments, though, are relooked at due to the fact of confusion coming to the marketplace if you simply go to a test methodology and don't tell the impacted parties how they will be, how to show compliance to it. Thank you very much.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. Building Standards Commission staff, were there any written comments submitted for item 5B prior to the meeting?
There were comments submitted during the 45-day, but I don't believe we got any prior to this meeting before the 8th.
Well, it was Mr. Josh Jacobs sent in his 45-day comment stating that he still stands with the 45-day comment. So that was provided to the commissioners, yeah.
Yeah, I apologize for that clarification.
That's all right.
Yeah, Enrique Rodriguez. Yeah, Josh, Mr. Jacobs resubmitted the exact comments that were submitted for the 45-day. I guess the only thing that I could say to that is what was submitted. So currently, when you look at Cal Green, UL is listed there as one of the acceptable measures for complying with this code section. But what's currently written in Cal Green and codified, it says products certified under UL Green Guard Gold and formerly the Green Guard Children's and Schools Program. What was proposed is a UL Green Guard Gold 460, which we honestly, it was, that's new. It appears to be a potentially more restrictive standard than what's currently codified in Cal Green for UL Green Guard. So that could be problematic. I think the other portion is when we're doing building standards, we don't try to sole source a specific testing criteria, and we try to leave it open for more than one testing agency. And the proposal that was presented appeared to be that it was somewhat sole sourcing a private company, UL, and of course the CDPH standard that's a state standard. So, but like I mentioned before, we would like to entertain the further discussions in the next rulemaking cycle to then fully vet with the manufacturers and stakeholders and interested parties and have that healthy conversation. Because I'm assuming that there's other testing agencies out there that would like to be included in that list, or we need to just come to a consensus that makes sense for this proposed change. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 5B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the California Building Standard Commission's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 Green Building Standards Code.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Please indicate by stating aye. Those in favor, please indicate by stating no. If you're opposed, please state if you're abstaining. Pam, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Aye.
Commissioner Pinkerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item, number 6.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Item 6 is the Department of Water Resources rulemaking, DWR 01/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Will a DWR representative please introduce yourself and present item 6? Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, I guess because it's going to a different one. So mine, it's not showing.
Good morning. My name is Nancy King. I'm a civil engineer working with the Department of Water Resources, and I've been working here since 2000. I currently work in the Water Shortage Contingency Planning section, and I formerly worked in the Water Recycling and Desalination section, where I participated as staff support for the Recycle Water Task Force in 2002 and 2003, which called for California plumbing standards where both recycled water and potable water are used in buildings. With me is Rich Mills. He's retired from the Department of Water Resources, and he was the former chief of the Water Recycling and Desalination Section for over 9 years. He's previously from the State Water Resources Control Board and worked there for over 36 years, mostly focused on recycled water funding, policy, and regulatory issues. So now I'm going to provide a synopsis of the amendments. DWR last adopted recycled water plumbing standards in the 2018 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle. It was published in 2019 in the 2019 California Plumbing Code in Chapter 15. The current amendments that are shown on the green sheet of the Community Action Matrix, DWR items 1.1 through 1.5 in the agenda, consist of clarifying provisions that distinguish the initial and subsequent cross-connection tests for recycled water systems. These changes are intended to have no regulatory effect. The changes were in response to comments received in a previous code cycle. To make these changes, we did coordinate with the Building Standards Commission and the Department of Housing and Community Development in the sections that were co-adopted in Chapter 15. In addition to those changes, DWR had proposed an amendment on the salmon sheet of the Community Action Matrix, or Commission Action Matrix, item 1-2B. This provision was going to allow the use of a swivel L or other changeover device to supply potable water to the dual plumbing systems during an interruption in recycled water service. This amendment was intended to conform to language that was anticipated to be adopted before now by the State Water Resources Control Board as required by a new law. However, the Water Board is still developing its cross-connection control policy handbook that would include the language. And so DWR is withdrawing the proposed amendment. We request approval today by the Commission of the final express terms, and we're open to responding to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 6 is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santian?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Yeah, I have a comment. I am a structural engineer, so I don't know much about potable and recycled water systems. So what is a cross connection? I assume that's a connection between potable and recycled water, or maybe you can help me out.
Yes, that is correct. And the two systems are generally remained separated. With the swivel L, however, if a recycled water supply was cut off for some reason, in order to supply whatever service they needed with water, they would want to have a quick changeover device where they could do that. But you'd still need to protect the potable water supply, in which case that's why the handbook is being developed.
And the cross connection testing is just simply to confirm that that the potable water system isn't contaminated by recycled water. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a test to look at in the moment to see that all the two systems are separated, and you would need to shut one off and test, and then shut the other off and test. And there's a whole procedure within the plumbing code.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment, thanks.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up discussion? Seeing none, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 6, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters on item 6, please?
The caller on the phone, if you can just make sure that you speak slowly when you start, please. Is there someone there with public comment? Hello?
You have one question remaining.
Hi, this is Charlie Lasall again with Water Resources California. Sorry I jumped the gun there a little bit. I guess I'll just kind of reiterate what I said before, just to make sure it gets kind of denoted in the same spot. First,
Can you speak a little slower, sir?
Sorry, I have to
Thank you.
speak quickly. I'll speak much slower.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lasall. I work with Water Resources California. First, I want to thank the staff of the Building Standards Commission and DWR, particularly Kevin Day and Nancy King, for helping us on this. Nancy did a very good job explaining the swivel L's, the need, and then the fact that the State Water Board is behind on their cross connection handbook. And I just will reiterate what I had said before. We understand that swivel L's were included in an early draft, as Nancy said.
A little slower, please.
They have been taken out of the final. Sorry. We understand it was because the State Water Board has not yet finished the Title 17 handbook. We did want to flag that we sponsored AB 1180, which was signed into law in 2019 regarding the update of the Title 17 handbook to allow swivel L's as a changeover device when using recycled water. It is imperative that swivel L's not only be added to the Title 17 handbook, but also be added here in the plumbing code. We will continue to work with DWR, the Building Standards Commission, and the State Water Board on this issue, as swivel L's are needed to increase dual plumbed buildings and to meet our California statutory recycled water goals. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you in the future on this at the next adoption cycle.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Building Standards Commission staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
I have no written comments submitted prior to me.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 6 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Water Resources proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Bruckner, motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner McEachin, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
Commissioner Patel, I had one comment or question for maybe Nancy or Rich. The swivel L is basically a pipe connection that allows you to switch over from the recycle connection to the potable water connection. Does that need to be codified in order for water utilities or to be able to use a swivel L, or is it just a matter of having it published in your guidebook?
On the phone with us is Mark Bartson of the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water. Mark, would you like to chime in on this?
You'll have to unmute himself.
You'll have to unmute yourself if you're going to. chime in. Or perhaps Randy would like to chime in. Also from the state board. Who's coming up?
They don't appear to be muted, Barbara, but we're not hearing them.
No.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess maybe Mark or Randy Barnard are having difficulties connecting to the system. So just to note that the way both the Title 17 requirements for cross-connection control as well as the plumbing code provide that there should not be any connection between the potable water systems and the recycled water systems. And a swivel L would by definition be connecting the potable water system at somewhere around the meter to the recycled water system on the water use site. So it would be in contradiction to the current regulations. But legislation was passed, which was noted by Mr. LaSalle, AB, I think it's AB 1180. And the legislature instructed that a swivel L or some other change order device should be allowed with proper safeguards. So those safeguards are going to be built into the revised cross-connection control policy handbook that the State Water Board is currently preparing and will be adopting either later this year or early next year. So at that time, in the following, so at that point in time, the swivel L will be allowed, but the plumbing code will have be out of sync at that point in time. So the next cycle of the revisions of the plumbing code, we would amend the plumbing code to bring it back within sync of the water board as well as within this new legislation.
Thank you.
Mark, I see your hand up, but I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself.
All right, is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this item? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Pam, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item is item 7A, the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Community Colleges Rulemaking, DSA-SS/CC 0319, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Will a DSA representative please introduce yourself and present item 7A?
I need just a minute to move. Okay.
All right, go ahead, please.
Commissioners, I'm Ida Claire, Acting State Architect and Principal Architect for Sustainability.
Ida, can you turn up your volume a little bit? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I was muted. Thank you. Good morning, Acting Secretary Lee and Commissioners. Why don't you mute your side?
Laptop.
Here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We still have feedback. Good morning, Acting Secretary.
Do you have more than one application open at the moment? You're muted, Ida.
I think we're hearing it through the other person's headset,
Yeah,
the echo.
he's gotta take off his headset too.
Yeah.
No headset, no laptop.
If you're using a computer in the room, if you have something else connected, it's going to create feedback.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay now?
That's better. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Acting Secretary Lee and Commissioners. I am Ida Claire, Acting State Architect and Principal Architect for Sustainability at the Division of the State Architect. I am joined here today with my colleague, Tav Commons, DSA Senior Mechanical Engineer. DSA Structural Safety Community Colleges Sustainability Division is prepared to present to you today our proposal for the amendments to the regulations of the California Plumbing Code for K-12 public schools and community colleges for the 2019 intervening code supplement. The amendment that DSA has proposed is a co-adoption of an amendment proposed for non-residential construction and approved by the Building Standards Commission, which was presented earlier today. DSA requests approval of this amended building standard for public K-12 schools and community colleges. TAB is prepared to present the proposed amendment.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am Tav Cummins, DSA Senior Mechanical Engineer. As I had mentioned, DSA excuse me, is co-adopting amendments to the regulations of the California Plumbing Code for K through 12 public schools and community colleges for the 2019 intervening code supplement, along with the Building Standards Commission presented earlier today. In the plumbing code, we are adding a new subsection for pre-rent spray valves that now require an integral automatic shutoff. And we are also adding table H2 that is reprinted from the California Code of Regulations, Title 20. The items that we are co-adopting with the Building Standards Commission for the coming plumbing code are item BSC 319-1-1 and BSC 319-1-2. We can respond to any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 7A is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
I have a comment, just more of a clarification. So DSA is the agency that provides regulations for K through K-12 and community colleges. You know, I was just looking back at the BSC part, and under applications affected, it also says California community colleges, and just maybe more of a clarification, and maybe this is more for BSC staff. Is that an overlap, or is it maybe separate? Question.
So DSA is the regulatory agency for K-12 public schools and community colleges. I'm unclear why it's on the BSC's local as well. I would have to ask BSC staff to respond to that.
You want to try, Mike?
Sure. This is Mike Nierman with the Building Standards Commission. In the description of applications affected for the Building Standards Commission, we have California State Universities, CSU, and colleges, and the regents of the University of California, but we don't have the community colleges or the public school provisions included. Does that clarify it at all?
Yeah, it does. I was just reading the write-up on BSC 319, and it, under applications affected, it goes through all those, but then it does say California community colleges. So maybe that is a...
That's a typo, yeah.
Typo. Okay, good.
You see that before. Thank you.
All right, no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Allegre,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell,
No comment, thank you.
any further follow-up discussion? Seeing none, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 7A, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No.
No.
None. Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 7A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the division of the state architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Pam, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. We'll move on to the next agenda item 7B, DSA's rulemaking, DSA-SS/CC 0419, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Will a DSA representative please introduce yourself and present item 7B? Thank you.
Good morning, Acting Secretary Lee and Commissioners. I am Ida Claire, Acting State Architect and Principal Architect for Sustainability at the Division of the State Architect. I am joined here today with my colleague Paul Johnson, DSA Senior Electrical Engineer. DSA Structural Safety Community College Sustainability Division is prepared to present to you today our proposal for the amendments to the regulations of the California Green Building Standards Code for K-12 public schools and community colleges for the 2019 Intervening Code Supplement. DSA's code change proposals are brought before you today because they are determined to be necessary to ensure sustainable school facilities and healthy school environments. The amended Cal Green regulations for K-12 public schools and community colleges are triggered by new campus construction, new building construction, and additions on existing campuses, and new site construction. All amendments that DSA has proposed for adoption are a co-adoption of the proposals presented earlier today by the Building Standards Commission for Cal Green amendments for non-residential construction. Our pre-cycle public outreach for this rulemaking cycle consisted of a workshop on September 4th, 2019. This outreach was to stakeholders representing various state agencies, representatives from school districts from across the state, design professionals of public schools, electric vehicle charging service providers, and interested parties subscribed to our listserv. We welcome and thank the stakeholders who are present today in person and on the phone, prepared to comment. We appreciate their involvement and commitment in ensuring this process is thorough and transparent. DSA requests approval of these amended building standards for public K-12 schools and community colleges related to the green building measures. My colleague, Paul, is ready to present each proposed amendment.
Good morning, Acting Secretary and Commissioners. As I mentioned, each of these proposals is being co-adopted with BSC. So this will be the second time you've heard them today. So item number 1 for us is also the same as BSC item number 2. And it has to do with EV charging space calculations, future EV charging spaces, and future EV charging spaces. Item number 2 is the same as BSC item number 3, and it has to do with light pollution reduction exceptions in the Cal Green Code. Item number 3, again, is the same as BSC item number 4, and that is the prevent spray valves, which is the same as part 5, which was just presented by TAF. Item number 4 is the same as BSC item number 5, and that has to do with the VOC limits of carpet systems, carpet cushions, and resilient flooring systems. We're happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 7B is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santian?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
Thank you. Any follow-up discussion? We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 7B, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone?
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, this is Josh Jacobs representing UL again. Thank you all again for your time and effort. Again, similar comments were sent in on DSA B item 4 that were sent in on DSC item 5 and 15 from earlier on the Cal Green. Again, folks, schools that are being built, architects, designers, specifiers, purchasers for these schools are not going to understand the changes in item 4. They're not going to know how they've actually passed the requirements, if a product can actually pass the requirements. I just want to correct the record on some earlier statements following my previous comments. Our proposal does not make this single source. In fact, it kept the CDPH, the HLD standard method version 1.2, which many labs in the field can test to, but it did try and add the UL brings our gold certification back in as it is the most utilized on the planet. Also, previous statement was stated that it could not be added because it looks like it's different than what is currently codified in the Cal Green law. What was being proposed is exactly the same as what is in Cal Green. We were actually expanding so it was easier to understand for users. So we would ask that our comments be looked at and staff work with UL going forward on improving this language so it is not confusing to users. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted for item 7B prior to the meeting?
Other than the gentleman who was just on the phone, Mr. Jakes, who did submit his comment during 45, he also submitted the same comment prior to the meeting. No other comments.
Thank you. This concludes the public comment portion. Is there any further follow-up discussion from the commissioners? All right. I will turn item 7B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the division of the state architect's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 Green Building Standards Code.
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
Commissioner Santillan, seconds.
Commissioner Santillan, seconds. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Pam, can you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. At this time, we're going to take a short break.
Thank you.
Okay, for 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Whew.
right, we're going to reconvene. We are on item 8.
Okay.
8A, yes. The next 4 agenda items are the Department of Housing and Community Development, 8A through D. Will a Department of Housing and Community Development representative please introduce yourself and present item 8A, HCD's 04/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Thank you.
Emily or Tom, are either of you there?
They're there, but I see they're muted. So they have to unmute themselves.
We can't hear or see either of you.
This is Tom Martin. I'm here. Emily Withers is on, but I think she's muted.
Now you're muted again.
Emily, can you unmute your phone? We can't hear you.
Sorry, you got it.
There you are.
Okay. Oh, this technology. I just don't see the same screen as everybody else. It drives me crazy. I guess you can hear me. I don't know if you can see me or not.
Just your name.
Pardon?
We can see your name, but we can't see you.
Okay, well then I shouldn't have had to dress up then. Anyways, good morning, Madam Chair and the commissioners. My name is Emily Withers. I'm Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development's State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes. Our first package is the 2019 California Electrical Code, and to respond to any questions that you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposed changes to the California Electrical Code had a pre-rulemaking public comment period instead of a focus group meeting. And this lasted between September 11th and 25th of 2019, and there were no public comments received. As far as the Code Advisory Committee meeting, the code was presented to the California Building Standard Commission's Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 4th through 5th, 2020. The committee recommended approve as submitted on HCD's code change proposals for the 2019 California Electrical Code. And HCD accepted the committee's recommendations. The public comment period, the express terms text with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee recommendations were made available to the public for a 45-day public comment period from April 10th to May 26, 2020. No public comments were received on the proposed changes to the 2019 California Electrical Code. HCD has acknowledged and responded to all public comments in the final statement of reasons. So in conclusion, HCD thanks you for your time and expertise and requests approval for adoption of the final express terms and rulemaking package for the 2019 California Electrical Code. And we'll be happy to summarize our changes. The Building Standards Commission staff did an outstanding job summarizing our proposals. And we will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8 is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
Yes, Commissioner Patel. I had one question for Emily. I noticed on the definition for accessory dwelling unit, you sort of mirrored language, but you didn't include there's a part A and part B to that definition. Part A, I think it was efficiency units, and part B talked about mobile homes or manufactured homes. Is there a reason you left out that A and B from the original definition?
Well, we try in the building standards not to duplicate statutory language, and that was partially our reason for it. And putting in the government code reference, the code user can actually go to that and see what type of units are appropriate for accessory dwelling units. And that was our reason, not to duplicate statutory text.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Yes, actually on the ADU definition, I'm going to pick at a nit here where you have the reference to the government code section. I'm a fan of having this sort of reference as a code user. It's very helpful to know that there's additional information out there that may help us to use the code correctly. And typically, I don't think that what we see in the code is that this phraseology, though, with to see so-and-so for details, which, you know, in a strict reading of that sounds like there are additional details to the code information that would be found in that code section. So I wonder if that was intentional to put that, or whether, I mean, I would just drop it, which I think is how the code usually reads when there's a reference like this, is just see government code section so-and-so. Can you address that?
We can go ahead and drop the for details language. This is kind of important because this is the electrical code, but the identical changes are proposed for the mechanical, the plumbing, and then coming up the building code, the existing building code, and an amendment to Cal Green. So if we drop the for details now, we would do it for the other codes as well.
Right, and I noticed it is consistent through the other proposals. So I think it's more clear and more consistent with the rest of the building code to just have it, you know, have that for details not included.
Okay, I'm open to that amendment as long as it's the recommendation of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Santillan?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sasaki?
Yeah, I have a comment. Just, and maybe this is more of a comment than a question, but retroactive permits for an electrical system seem like they're pretty difficult, would be pretty difficult to inspect and therefore issue. Have there been any comments about that? I mean, I understand that the whole sort of drive behind this issue about retroactive permits is to get more housing units online, but it just seems like in practicality, it would be difficult to inspect an electrical system that's already built.
We did not have any comments related to that. We did change our initial proposal, so it's more of a reference to that specific section in the health and safety code. It doesn't really go into the details of what the local agencies have discretion to do, etc., because the bill actually had some pretty good legislative intent behind it that was stated in the bill. But there's always the discretion to the locals to determine when the construction date of that particular building was. And then also they have the discretion, well, currently they have the discretion to use the alternate methods and materials approval process or analysis and approval process. So similarly with the retroactive permits, there's nothing in the statute that says the retroactive permits have to be issued. Now, as far as the inspection of the electrical system, my colleague Tom Martin, he's also on the line. If you could unmute him, he may be able to provide some information on that.
Yeah, I agree with Emily that this was legislatively driven.
Hey, Tom, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, it was legislatively driven, and it gives the building official the option of doing retroactive permits. It's not a mandatory retroactive permit by any means.
Understood. No, thank you. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
I have no comment. Thank you.
Is there any follow-up discussion?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Sasaki. Commissioner Mikatin, so can we go back over your proposed, I guess, change? And maybe let's go all slowly so we can get to the right section. I guess it would be people would have to turn to the final express terms and then flip all the way to the back of that, which is page 4 of 5, and go to the bottom. That's titled accessory dwelling unit. So I see at the end of that section, there's a parentheses. It says, see Government Code section 65852.2 for details. And Commissioner Mikatin, what was your proposal or change?
So, right, so the proposal, and when we get into the voting, I can word it, but it's just to drop the words for details.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's all, right? It's to be consistent with citations elsewhere in the code and clarity that you don't need to go there to see more details on the building code.
Yeah.
Because those are all, this government code section is relating to primarily a state definition of ADUs for purposes of planning approvals, planning departments.
Understood. Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 8A, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And we're in strong support of HCD's adoption of these amendments for Part 3, as is. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No.
Great. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code.
Commissioner Mikatin moved to approve with the editorial change to remove the 2 last words for details from the definition of accessory dwelling unit in Chapter 1, Article 100.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved with amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
I actually have a question. I apologize. Should we check with the council if it's in order? We normally do that.
Hi. So the commission may not make substantive changes to the text. I think this is just a clerical sort of clarification editorial edit. So I think that's fine as long as the proposing agency also concurs that it's just a typo type correction.
All right. Do you want to have the agency chime in that they are in agreement that it's non-substantive?
A confirmation would be good, but I think they already concurred. Just to clarify, Emily.
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with Department of Housing and Community Development. I believe deleting the words "for details" still leaves substantive information for the code user to direct their attention to the government code section 65, 852.2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's conduct the roll call vote then.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Nickett,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sampion,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next item is item 8B, the Department of Housing and Community Development 05/19 proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. Will an HCD representative please introduce yourself and present item 8B?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2019 Mechanical Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Before I proceed, I should mention that the information will be identical to the electrical code because these two codes move forward at the same time. And also the information, the item numbers that are in these codes with some change in item number between the electrical code and the mechanical code are identical. So as far as the proposed changes for the mechanical code, we had a pre-rulemaking public comment period instead of a focus group meeting. And that was during September 11th through the 25th, 2019. And there were no public comments received. As far as the Code Advisory Committee meeting, once again, it was on March 4th through 5th in 2020. And they were presented to the Building Standard Commission's Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 4th and 5th, 2020. And the committee recommended approve as submitted on HCD's code change proposals for the 2019 California Mechanical Code, and HCD accepted the committee's recommendations. As far as the public comment period, the express terms text with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee recommendations were made available to the public for a 45-day public comment period from April 10th to May 26, 2020. No public comments were received on the proposed changes to the 2019 California Mechanical Code. Therefore, no changes were made to the express terms. HCD has acknowledged and responded to all public comments. In this case, we didn't have any in the final statement of reasons. So in conclusion, HCD thanks you for your time and expertise and requests approval for adoption of the final express terms and rulemaking package for the 2019 California Mechanical Code. And once again, of course, we're free to answer any questions. And another thing, we would have to amend that definition for the accessory dwelling unit similarly to the CEC.
Noted. Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8B is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No comment.
Commissioner Legray,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment.
Right. Thank you. Any follow-up discussion? We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 8B, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters on item 8B?
You have one question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And we're in strong support of HCD's proposed changes to the mechanical code. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
CBSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code.
Commissioner Mickelton, motion to approve with the editorial change in the Chapter 2 definitions 203.0 to drop the words "for details" at the end of the paragraph.
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved with amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Our next agenda item, 8C, is the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking 06/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Will an HCD representative please introduce yourself and present item 8C? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2019 California Plumbing Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposed changes to the California Plumbing Code were discussed at a focus group meeting on September 13th, 2019. As far as the Code Advisory Committee meeting, the code was presented to the California Building Standard Commission's Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 4th through 5th, 2020. The committee recommended approve as submitted on all HCD's code change proposals for the 2019 California Plumbing Code, with the exception of one item. HCD accepted the committee's recommendations. Therefore, item 0619 3.1 related to utility connections for accessory dwelling units was changed from an exception to an informative note in the final express terms. The public comment period for the California Plumbing Code, the express terms text with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee recommendations were made available to the public for a 45-day public comment period from April 10th to May 26th, 2020. No comments were received on the California Plumbing Code. Therefore, no changes were made to the express terms for the California Plumbing Code. HCD has acknowledged and responded to all public comments in the final statement of reasons. In conclusion, HCD thanks you for your time and expertise and requests approval for adoption of the final express terms and rulemaking packages for the 2019 California Plumbing Code. If you would like a brief summary of changes or have any questions, I'll be happy to provide further information. Now I have to say that the item numbers addressing Chapter 1 and the accessory dwelling unit definition proposed for Chapter 2 are identical to the proposals in the electrical code and the mechanical code. So with that, I could go over some of the changes in the plumbing code at the pleasure of the commission, however you want to do this.
Okay, we'll do that through the commissioner feedback.
Okay.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8C is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment. Thanks.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
I had a comment, or actually a question. What was the reasoning behind the rewording of the language for the sub-meters?
You mean as far as the requirement for the sub-meter installation?
Mm-hmm.
The directive in Senate Bill 7 was to conform to the language that was initially put into the water code. And that's what we did, but we had to reword it. So the initial directive in our plumbing code, it wasn't a directive, it was more of a statement, was that the water agencies were responsible for the installation of the sub-meters and that the water being provided would be measured. And that was effective January 1st, 2018. So with the directive in Senate Bill 7 for HCD to adopt similar regulations, the directive is no longer directly to the water agency, but to the project developers or builders. So the Senate Bill 7 actually covered 3 different portions of code. There was a large civil code section that went into a lot of the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. And then there was a water code section. And then there was a small section that was for the health and safety code, which actually is part of state housing law. And each one was worded a little bit different. As far as HCD, of course, we're not going to go into the billing aspects or necessarily the tenant responsibilities. So we're focusing more on the installation, what type of devices would be approved. And then in the water code, there was a listing of structures or occupancies that would be exempt from the sub-metering requirements. And we put those in. They're in a different order, but we did put those in.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comments.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment. Thank you.
All right. Any follow-up discussion? We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 8C, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for comments?
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And once again, we strongly support HCD's proposed amendments to the plumbing code. And we also think HCD's done a good job of, doing their best to take the statute from SB 7 and turn it into appropriate code language. We know that wasn't easy. And we think they've done a very good job with it. So once again, we support adoption. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No, ma'am.
Right. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8C back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Mickelton moved to approve with the editorial change in Chapter 2 definitions, Section 203.0, that the words "for details" at the end of the paragraph are removed.
Right. Is there a second?
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved with amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Our next agenda item is item 8D, the Department of Housing and Community Development Rulemaking 08/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Will an HCD representative please introduce yourself and present item 8D?
Okay, this is Emily Withers. Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It's getting close to noon. I'm Codes and Standards Administrator 2. I have with me Tom Martin, who is a District Representative 2. We're both representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing Law Program. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code. And we're also happy to respond to any questions that you might have related to our proposals. HCD's proposed changes to the Cal Green Code were discussed at a focus group meeting on September 9, 2019. The code was presented to the California Building Standards Commission's Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 4th through 5th, 2020. The committee recommended approve as submitted on all HCD's code change proposals for the 2019 Cal Green Code. With the exception of one item, HCD accepted the committee's recommendations. Therefore, item 081931 related to water submeters of individual dwelling units in multifamily or mixed-use residential/commercial buildings was changed to clarify application to rental units in the final express terms. The express terms text with any changes resulting from the Code Advisory Committee recommendations were made available to the public for a 45-day public comment period. For public comments, the public comment period was the same as the other two codes, April 10th to May 26th. 4 public comments were received on the proposed changes to the 2019 Cal Green Code. No changes were made to the express terms for the 2019 Cal Green Code as a result of public comments. However, HCD is proposing a change to the final express terms to reflect the formal department name for CAL FIRE. And this is in item 0819 4-1. Therefore, the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection will be identified as the resource for information on maintenance of defensible space around residences. This change was requested by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. HCD has acknowledged and responded to all public comments in the final statement of reasons. So in conclusion, HCD thanks you for your time and expertise and requests approval for adoption of the final express terms and rulemaking package for the 2019 Cal Green Code. If you would like a brief summary of the changes or have any questions, Tom Martin was the analyst on this particular package, and he'll be happy to provide that information. Thank you.
I would just like to say that for the definition of accessory dwelling units, it will be the same as the other code sections. We'll remove the more details at the end of the definition. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Item 8D is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner,
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Mickleton,
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment.
Sasaki,
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment, thank you.
We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 8D, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association and the California Apartment Association. And we're in strong support of HCD's proposed changes to the California Green Building Standards. And we're also supporting the tweak that they're making at the request of the State Fire Marshal regarding the placement of defensible space information into the maintenance handbook that all of my members are required to pass along to new home buyers. The fire hardening standards that the State Fire Marshal adopts work very well, but if you don't maintain the defensible space around the structure, no amount of hardening is going to help. So with that, we look forward to complying with this, and we thank HCD for all the work they did on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We appreciate your support.
You have 0 questions remaining.
BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
There was one comment, again, from Mr. Jacobs, who commented during 45 and sent a duplicate comment during the time frame for the notice, addressing the issue related to the green building standards references for VOC info.
Right, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 8D back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code.
Is Commissioner Mickleton move to approve with the editorial change in Chapter 2 definitions, Section 202, to drop the words "for details" at the end of the paragraph.
Commissioner Sasaki seconds.
All right, Staff has a question.
Yes, this is Mike with Building Standards Commission. To HCD staff, besides the section that we referred to for the accessory dwelling units and the reference 4 details, I noticed in part 11, under submeter, we also at the end of the water code reference and civil code, we say for additional details. Again, on the page 2, for the notes section under item number 3 for new multifamily dwellings, the vehicle code reference says for further details. And then the last one is on 4.10643, new hotels and motels. Same thing at the very end of the section. Did you want to include those as well, or are those okay the way they're written?
Mike, this is Tom Martin with HCD. Those actually do have additional details, so I think that they're relevant to keep those there.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. We're having a really hard time with your audio. And so I don't know if there's a muffle on the microphone, or if perhaps you could use some kind of a headset, but we can't hear you very well.
No, he just needs to turn the computer.
I will try to speak up. Is this better?
Better.
So all I was saying was on those particular sections, there are actual additional details in those code sections. So I think it would be relevant to keep that in those definitions.
I understood. Okay. Just checking. Want to make sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody get that?
No.
So basically, I had noticed in the code there are a few other sections that have similar reference at the end of the citation. And I was clarifying with HCD if they wanted to include those in the amendment to modify to remove those. And Tom Martin from HCD clarified that those are important issues that they would like to maintain those for the reference to additional information. So they're okay as written. And the motion that Commissioner Mickelton started with seems to be appropriate and has all the detail in it that we need. Thank you.
So I'd just like to chime in because HCD had supplied an amendment for the name of CAL FIRE and specifically changing it to whatever the amendment says. So that would be an additional approve as amend on this package. So I'm asked through the chair that Commissioner Mickelton consider his motion again to include that item as well.
Good call.
All right. Commissioner Mickelton, can you include the CAL FIRE amendment in your motion?
I can. As a second amendment, I would like to include the proposed CAL FIRE amendment from HCD in my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Sasaki.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved with 2 amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanjian,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. We'll move on to the next agenda item. This is the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Will a State Fire Marshal representative please introduce yourself and present item 9, State Fire Marshal 03/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Thank you.
Barbara's switching over to her. Yeah, she's on it.
There it is.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for listening to this proposal. For the 2019 intervening code cycle, the electric code, we only have one very simple proposal, and that is from the Tallwood building proposals. This we're adopting this from the model code, except for this section, because the electric code runs on a different cycle. They didn't address the issues with Romex or the cables in what could be high-rise wood buildings. So we're putting a limit in there until the NEC catches up with the new regulations and the new type of construction. We're also bringing in a couple sections that we missed last time just for adoption. So we ask for your approval of this. If you have any questions on the Tallwood buildings or the proposal, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview. Item 9 is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner,
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment.
All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 9, please put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check the phone for commenters on item 9?
You have one question remaining.
Yeah, this is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association, and in strong support of the fire marshal's proposed changes to the electrical code. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No, ma'am.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 9 back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the state fire marshal's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code.
Commissioners, go ahead.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, motion move to approve.
Second, Commissioner Sasaki.
All right, thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. We will take about an hour-long break for lunch right now and resume at 1:30 with OSHPEDS, the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's amendments. Thank you.
What time did you say coming back?
1:30,
Thank you.
Twyla?
Yes, thank you. I'll tell her.
Who's the second captioner?
Danielle,
Okay, so this, okay, thank you.
thank you.
and stuff back on to YouTube. It doesn't look like it's coming back up, but I might have been just too early.
I just started.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And I sent you something regarding the key to this. But I did put in the ticket.
Okay. Cool.
We got everybody up there.
Yeah, everybody's back in. Yeah.
Almost back.
I see all the commissioners.
Everybody's here. All right. And our OSHPD person's ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Barbara just stepped out. Are we okay to go, Barbara?
I think gotta check with our captioner, make sure she's up and running.
Oh, okay.
Danielle.
I see somebody.
It looks like she just tried calling.
Okay.
Danielle, are you up and running for captioning?
She's muted right now.
Yeah. Danielle, whenever you're ready to go for captioning, let us know and we'll continue from there.
Oh, she just captioned. Nice.
All right.
Thanks, Danielle.
Oh. Thank you very much.
All right, we're ready to reconvene. The next 5 items are the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Rulemaking, agenda items 10A through E. Will an OSHPD representative please introduce yourself and present item 10A, OSHPD 01/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24.
And Oshpod, you're muted. If you're trying to talk, we can't tell.
There you go. Okay. Hello, this is Oshpod. Make sure the camera is on. Ah, there we are.
And we can hear you. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Commission, Building Standards Committee. Thank you very much for the time you're giving us today. I'm Richard Tannehill. I'm the supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. With me today, I have Bill Gao, Senior Electrical Engineer, and Larry Enright, Senior Mechanical Engineer. If there's any questions for them, we'll be going through all 5 parts together.
I don't see captioning.
The
Richard, can
proposal,
you slow down a little bit?
what did you say? No. Can you repeat?
Now I see captioning.
Yeah,
Good. I
Rick,
just need you to speak a little slower for our captioner, please.
Okay, will do. This proposal is for the 2019 California Administrative Code, Part 1. I'm just going to do a quick summary that's in the binder here. The proposed action is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 1, and include provide additional definitions and clarifications to operations and maintenance of hospital facilities and repair of essential equipment, provide additional definitions for construction, phasing, project completion, changes in scope, electronic construction document review, and fee structuring associated with project review and inspection. Amendments to clarify minimum qualification requirements for Class B hospital inspectors, and to carry forward and to further amend existing California amendments related to the administrative procedures regarding safety standards for health facilities to align with the 2019 Title 24 Parts 2 and 10. Part 1 Administrative Code was presented to the Health Facilities CAC Code Advisory Commission on February 25th, 2020. All items received approved as submitted or approved as amended. OSHPD accepted committee recommendations. We went through a 45-day public comment period from April 3rd through May 18th. No additional public comments were received. Thank you for your time and consideration for this approval. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 10A is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
Guys, Commissioner Patel, I did have a quick question. On item 4, which relates to the building energy efficiency program, it looks like the change is so that the energy efficiency regulations apply to new projects and additions that increase volume. Is this, I had 2 questions, I guess. Is this meant to not apply to alterations for hospitals that don't need to then comply with the energy standards? And does this also apply to OSHPD 3 occupancies?
Thank you for the question. Yes, this does. The energy code does not require alterations for healthcare facilities to comply with the additional energy standards. So it does apply to new buildings and expansions only. It would only apply to the OSHPD 3 if it wasn't part of the actual hospital building. If they have the OSHPD 3 as a freestanding building or a separate clinic space, then yes, they would apply even to alterations for OSHPD 3. The definition of energy code is, I stand corrected. The definition in the energy code for healthcare facilities is any licensed healthcare facility. So any OSHPD 3 would be licensed, would not apply to alterations as well at this time.
Okay. Yeah, I was just, as a building official, I was just concerned on if an OSHPD 3 moves into an existing building and takes part of a floor, let's say for their clinic, would the energy then not apply to that new tenant? It sounds like it would, they would not.
It would depend if it was an existing clinic space or not. If they're doing alterations for the healthcare, for the licensed healthcare facility, it would not apply.
Okay, thank you.
That's to avoid partial updates of like a piece of a building.
Right. So typically, like if a building, I mean, for a typical building of another occupancy type, any change to that building would require them to meet the energy requirements for that alteration. So I was just interesting that this is sort of different, sort of exempts them from having to do that.
Yes, and our revision is just aligning with the energy code.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
I had a quick question, and it might be editorial, but I see you guys have used a lot of language saying may, such as may include repairs needed after disaster, or this is basically in chapter 7. Such a, again, definition of maintenance and substantial compliance. And usually we use shall or can. We usually don't leave it that open-ended with the word may. Was there any discussion as to why you guys have decided to use the word may in this language?
I'm trying to find the reference. You said it was under maintenance?
No. Chapter 7.
It's under definitions, emergency repair, maintenance, substantial compliance. Even under Article 3, approval of construction documents, plans may be submitted electronically.
In this case,
shall.
Okay, understood. In this case, they're identifying different types of things that can be repaired or fixed and saying it may include these. It's just, it is open-ended. It's giving examples in this case. So I understand what you're saying. We do typically use shall, but it's not saying it shall be these types of items, because under an emergency or a maintenance, it can be there's a lot of variables.
Just an advice in the future, you can say shall include the following, but not limited to. Something to that effect, to be a little more aligned with the standard code language. But it's editorial. I'm not going to nitpick it too badly.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelson?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment. Thank you.
Is there any further follow-up discussion? We'll now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 10A, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 0 questions remaining.
And were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments submitted.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 10A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Administrative Code.
Commissioner Mickelson, move to approve.
Commissioner Sasaki seconds.
It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, can you conduct the roll call, please?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Our next agenda item is item 10B, OSHPD's rulemaking 02/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1 of Title 24. Will an OSHPD representative please introduce yourself and present item 10B?
Hello, this is Richard Tannehill, Supervisor with OSHPD Building Standards. Thank you, Commissioners and Building Standards staff, for hearing our proposal. This proposal is for the 2019 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1. This proposed action is to make technical amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 1, and includes clarification and use of OSHPD 1R as it relates to SPC or freestanding buildings, provides clarifications to earthquake anchoring, maintenance of specific hospital equipment within existing facilities, and several housekeeping items. Part 2, Volume 1 of the Building Code was presented to the Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee on February 25th, 2020. We received further study on items 2/19-7-2 through 5. The amended language for 45-day public comment period. We amended the language for the 45-day public comment period. OSHPD removed regulatory language from these definitions to address the CAC's concerns. We received further study on items 2/19-21-1 through 3. We amended language for the 45-day public comment period. A verification at public member request was made that these items did not apply to OSHPD 3. We were asked to verify if these items applied to OSHPD 3, and they did not. So we left the language as is. Verification at the CAC members' request was made that a cleanup room was redundant. We were removing a cleanup room requirement from a clinic, and it was a redundant requirement. We did verify that. We went through a 45-day public comment period from April 3rd through May 18th. We received 2 comments with which we agreed with. One of the items was withdrawn, and one of them was just a grammatical amendment to the language, and we made that change. We went through a 15-day public comment period, and no further comments were received. Thank you for your time and consideration for this approval, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for that overview. Item 10B is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
No comment.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelton?
No comment.
Commissioner Santiam?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 10B, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 1 question remaining. This is Connie Arnold.
Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you, Connie. Go ahead with your question. This is for an OSHPD item.
Okay. Yes, it's on the item on page 6 about the bay and patient and use of the term access circulation aisle. And I was concerned about that use of that term rather than overlapping with a path of travel, or I'm not sure what they're trying to say when they're saying access circulation aisle, but I'm concerned with that being, the phrase being chosen. Maybe somebody could explain that. I would be opposed to access circulation aisle as a term. I know it comes up later on the DSA packet on item 12, the DSA AC 0119.
Richard, can you address that?
Yes, around a patient care bed, there was required to have a 3-foot access aisle. So that's the circulation aisle that we're referring to. And we're just saying that they cannot overlap with the cubicle curtain. Has to be outside or aligned with that 3-foot space. So there's no obstructions within the access around the patient care area.
Mm-hmm. Well, would that not be considered part of the path of travel around the circulation of the bed?
No, path of travel is completely different.
Okay, well, I was just concerned about that phrase, access circulation, but okay.
Right, thank you for your question.
In this document as well, and I was concerned about that. And I just want to make sure that hospitals are fully and readily accessible for persons with disabilities and all persons, no matter what their background is, because it needs to be fully accessible.
Right, and that's why we're making sure that that area is clear around the bed so that there is no obstructions and that they do have full access.
Well, they often put those monitor units around that area, and they often put chairs around that area. So if that clarifies that, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments.
Alrighty. The public comment portion, I will turn item 10B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the OSHPD's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Commissioner Stockwell, second.
Who was that? Stockwell. All right. Commissioner Stockwell seconded. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our next agenda item is item 10C, OSHPD's rulemaking 04/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Will an OSHPD representative please introduce yourself and present item 10C? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bill Gao, a senior electrical engineer at OSHPD. I'm here to discuss OSHPD proposed changes to the 2019 California Electrical Code. The proposed actions make editorial and minor technical modifications to the electrical building standards, defining the on-site fuel supply storage requirements for fuel cell systems used for general acute care hospitals will remove ambiguity from the code. The proposed standards provide clarification and consistency within the code, coordinate with the CBC and align with national standards. OSHPD proposed changes to Part 3 Electrical Code was presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board, Administrative Process, Code Changes, and Standard Detail Committee on October 3rd, 2019. For their approval, all changes were approved. Changes were presented to the Green PME Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee on March 4th and March 5th. The committee recommended further study on all items based on the removal of OSHPD 1R. OSHPD re-reviewed all proposed changes. Changes were made in items 3-1 and 3-2, and item 9-7 was withdrawn. OSHPD went through a 45-day public comment period, April 10th through May 26th. No comments were received. Item 2 was withdrawn based on comments from the State Fire Marshal. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions.
That overview. Item 10C is open for commissioner discussion. I will call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
Yeah, I just had, I guess, the one basic question was, it looks like, as you said, the CAC wanted to send everything to further study because of the OSHPD 1R banner. Can you maybe explain what went on there?
Yeah, there was just confusion of what a 1R was. So for OSHPD, we have 5 different building types, OSHPD 1 through 5. Hospitals are 1, skilled nursing is OSHPD 2, 3s are clinics, 4 are correctional centers, and 5 is acute care psychiatric hospitals. OSHPD 1R is not a building type. It's a hospital that's been removed from acute care services. And it's a building type designation used for OSHPD tracking purposes. 1R is not considered an occupancy. And 1R has been removed from sections listed in items 4, 7, 9, 11, and 13 and 14. To discuss what happened at the CAC, actually the 2 OSHPD amendments, 3-1 and 3-2, it turned out that they were applicable to any building. And therefore, when we investigated further, we actually noticed that not only did they apply to any building, but they were redundant in the code. And so we withdrew those 2 OSHPD amendments. I just wish I would have not included them because it did cause some confusion to the committee.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
No comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Mickelton?
No comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Santillan?
No comment.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
Is there any follow-up discussion? All right, we will now go to public comments. If you wish to speak on item 10C, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 0 questions remaining.
And BSC staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 10C back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the OSHPD's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to accept, approve.
Commissioner Allegre, seconds.
It is moved and seconded that the motion be approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Klausbeckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. The next agenda item is 10D, OSHPD's rulemaking 05/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. Will an OSHPD representative please introduce yourself and present item 10D? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Larry Enright, and I'm a Senior Mechanical Engineer with the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. I will be discussing the proposed changes to the California Mechanical Codes, the OSHPD proposed amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code are mostly editorial with some substantive changes. Excuse me. Key proposed amendments include SPC and freestanding definitions, general regulations, ventilation air, including alignment of air change rates to national standards, exhaust systems, duct systems, boilers and pressure vessels, refrigeration. Part 4 Mechanical Code was presented to the Green PEME CAC on March 3rd, 4th, and 5th. All items received approved as submitted or approved as amended. OSHPD accepted committee recommendations. We also went through a 45-day public comment period, April 10th through May 26th. We received various comments on items 519, 4-12, and 4-13, and response provided in the final statement of reasons. Thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that overview. Item 10D is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel,
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner,
I had a quick question regarding the OSHPD has, in the section under the comments, one of the commenters have discussed how OSHPD is proposing lower minimum exchange rates for 100% outside air systems. Could you expand a little bit more on the reasoning behind that and why? I mean, it sounds like it's a less often, and while California is moving more towards a more greener, more environmentally safe standards, this seems to add to the CO2. And I just wanted some explanation or some discussion on it as to why you guys have chosen, what was the concern for that 100% outside air system. So it's a fully exhausted system, I take it, with 100% air supply coming from the outside, full exhaust. Could you please give me a little more explanation as to why this change was made?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The OSHPD amendments to the CMC Table 4A have come into conflict with national standards. Point 7 of the 9-point criteria for Title 24 proposed building standards states the applicable national specifications, published standards, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. ASHRAE 170 2008 ventilation for healthcare facilities establishes the design minimums for airflow required for CMS, which is Medicare funding. OSHPD officially adopted ASHRAE 170 in the 2016 intervening code cycle. At that time, oh, sorry about that. At that time, IATMO also included ASHRAE 170 as a ventilation requirement in the model mechanical code language. In its current state, Table 4A in the California Mechanical Code allows air change rates that are below those listed in ASHRAE 170. Per request for interpretation from a California healthcare provider to the ASHRAE technical committee, the ASHRAE 170 committee responded that they did not agree that a reduction in total air changes per hour for 100% outdoor air systems was a correct interpretation. In light of that interpretation, OSHPD, as the authority having jurisdiction, evaluated 3 options. One was to remove the outside air column. 2 was to place a remark in the code pointing out the risk.
Hey, Larry, sorry.
Am I reading a little too fast?
Information you're providing is very technical for the captioner, so please slow down because we want to capture everything that you're saying. Thanks so much.
Okay. Let's see. So OSHPD looked at either 1, removing the 100% outside air column. 2, we're looking at providing a footnote to point out the risk of failing to qualify for the CMS funding. Or the 3rd option was to not be able to do, not change the code. And OSHPD determined that option 1 was the most appropriate. I also want to note that reductions in the 100% outdoor air column of Table 4A include these critical spaces such as operating rooms, cardiac catheterization labs, and procedure rooms. And these are all subject to reductions for the current 100% outdoor air column. Patients with a surgical site infection have a 2 to 11 times higher risk of death. And so these items are provided in the final statement of reason.
Can you clarify that? This is Richard Tannehill with OSHPD, sorry. Just like to also clarify that this is removing where they're not providing all outside air. They're allowing for, leaving it as an option, but the table does not require all outside air, whereas before they had to have extra load to cool or heat that air. It is providing an option to align with national standards so that there is an economy there.
So that was, I think you guys are answering my question as far as there was a valid concern with these operating rooms and high risk areas as far as patients. If it had to do with just following standards, usually we write codes, and in the instance of a conflict, usually the code, supersedes the standard. So that would have not been much of an argument, but what you just provided to me is a good answer for my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton,
No comments, thank you.
Commissioner Santillan,
No comment, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki,
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre,
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell.
No comment.
All right. Any follow-up discussion? All right, we will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 10D, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you turn the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
And staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to meeting?
No comments received.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 10D back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider OSHPD's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner moved to approve.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Mickelson, second.
Allegre seconds.
Allegre.
Okay, we'll say Allegre, seconded this.
All right. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Pam, please conduct the roll call vote.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Our last agenda item is item 10E, OSHPD's rulemaking 06/19, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Will an OSHPD representative please introduce yourself and present item 10E?
Yeah, again, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Larry Enright, and I'm a senior mechanical engineer with the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. And I will be discussing the proposed changes to the California plumbing codes. Key proposed amendments include administrative updates, OSHPD 1R, update existing definitions and banners, plumbing equipment schedules, water heating equipment, medical gas source clarifications. Part 5 plumbing code was presented to the Green PEME CAC on March 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Further study received for items 619 2-1 through 3. OSHPD left OSHPD 1R stricken from banner for these items. Further study received for items 619 9-1 and OSHPD amended to clarify the language. We went through a 45-day public comment period, April 10th through May 26th. No public comments were received for this period. We would like to thank you for your time and consideration for approval, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview. Item 10E is open for commissioner discussion. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Patel?
Oops, I'm sorry. No comment.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner?
No comment.
Commissioner Mickelson?
No comment.
Commissioner Santillan?
No comment, sorry.
Commissioner Sasaki?
No comment.
Commissioner Allegre?
No comment.
Commissioner Stockwell?
No comment.
Right. We will now take public comments. If you wish to speak on item 10E, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you check the phone for commenters?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting?
No comments received.
right, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 10E back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider OSHPD's proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. This is where we're going to end for today. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we will pick up, as we discussed at the beginning of the meeting, on tab 11, specifically item 5 related to 36 by 36 showers. This is found in tab 11 of the binder and is agenda item 11, HCDs 02/19. Item 5 is on page 4 of the final express terms, and then we'll resume back to the regular agenda items. Are there any questions? All right, if not, we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Bye.
Everybody have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.